Heather. Good morning, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. Let's go this way. All right, it is good to see all two. Wow, we only have 2 viewers, man. Back to the good old days of not having six viewers. Sometimes it'd be less because we weren't all always on. It's okay though. I forgive all. Were you though? Yeah, rethink that. Later on classes, I'm sure you were. Yeah. But those morning classes, man, they get you sometimes. Ellie was there sometimes. It's okay. Her brother was only there sometimes as well. It is, man. If I didn't learn, I'd probably wouldn't be good at it either. I mean, I would just learn myself, but I wouldn't watch the classes because it'd just be boring. I agree. That's why I just got to be here in person. I know it's more comfortable at home, but. All right, economics. What is economics, guys? It's a lot of things. We're going to learn about it. We're going to learn about it together because I'm going to learn some stuff too, I'm sure. All right, but we're going to get through this together. We're only doing a few notes today, not many. I told you it's only going to be a real short lesson, maybe 10, 15 minutes. We're just doing an introduction. There will be homework tonight. Yes, Emma, there will be homework tonight. You'll survive. It's okay. Isaac, I'm sorry. First day, man, but there's homework. I'm sorry. It's just how it is when you come in to 1/3 of the way or 2/3 of the way there. All right, but there will be homework. I'm not sure if I'll give you a quiz this week. It's the first week in this class, so maybe just pass the first quiz and then move on once the second one comes around. Okay, but we are going to be going through this book. It might be a little boring. It might be a little confusing. Okay, but just follow along. Okay, don't go on your phone or electronics. Ladies over there that like to play their game during class. Okay, make sure you're off of it as I try to be gracious, but it is class time. So don't go on it. Do your best to follow along as you should in all your classes, and we will get through this together. Okay, but we're going to pray again before we start, and then we'll start. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for all the love you've given us, Lord, and thank you for allowing us to read that passage this morning, just to show how your deity, Lord, how you told us what your goal and what God's will for your life here on earth was, Lord. Thank you for showing that to us, showing your deity to us, and we're going to learn about that this week. Please help the class, Lord, this week with whatever work they have in school or out of school. Whatever maybe struggles or situations they have going on this week, give them strength and wisdom through whatever they have. Please help this class of economics, Lord, as it might be a little bit different for us to be able to focus, maybe learn something new. Possibly I might learn something new as well. So please just help us learning together, Lord, as we go through these notes and go through this book together. Please help all the students today and the rest of this week. Give them strength for the week. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, we have economics. Okay, if you want to turn to page 2 and follow along, okay, I might read some out of the book, so be prepared. Okay, like I said, we're not doing that much, but we are doing some. Okay, question. Like I said, I will be reading some out of the book. But question, why bother about economics? Why do we have economics? Why are we taking economics? Someone with a raise their hand, tell me, and don't give me an answer. I don't know. We shouldn't do it. Esther. Okay, that is a simple way, and I'm sure we will. Okay, obviously we have a book, okay, but you're going to find out and see through this book as we go through it. I won't just be going off the book. Okay, sometimes I might spend a week just talking about something that I think is important. Okay, maybe we'll have some, obviously we can't do everything I would like to do. School-wise, okay, or like you guys had done in the past, I'll do a little bit different, but stuff like that. But we will do maybe some class projects, okay, working together on something, how to build a budget, all those types of things we're going to talk about through this book. So through the boring parts, just follow along and do your best. Remember it for quizzes and tests, and then we'll have fun. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a little bit of fun. Maybe I'll bring in Monopoly money. Maybe we'll play Monopoly. Who knows? Who knows? Okay? The joys we have in the future of this class. Okay, but why do we have it? Here's some things why the book says we need to have it, and some things that I agree with some of it. Okay, we know that God, the creator of mankind, is the ultimate source of wealth, yes? Okay, he's the ultimate source of authority. He gives all. Everything we have is a blessing from him. Okay, obviously, even if you say, well, Mr. Coral, I have a job and I worked for my money, right? That's pretty common sense. Most people say that. Well, who gave you the ability to work for your money? All right, is everything okay over there? You're on your phone again, that's why. Don't give me that look. That's why you're laughing, because you saw a message or something. It's true, isn't it? You can't deny it. Can't deny it, can you? Put it away, Emma, or else I'll take it away. Just put it away. It's not hard. Right now. Not right by you, because then it's temptation. I mean, if that's any better, just don't be on it. All right? I'm going to be a little bit more stricter since I was told last week to be more strict on it. So I'm giving you guys lots of grace today. Okay, just keep them away during class and the lesson. And then after lesson, you can ask and maybe you can be on it. But during lesson, do not. Okay, but we have God as the creator. He gives all wealth, all blessings, all things. Okay, when he formed the earth, he gave mankind more than enough resources to provide food, clothing, and shelter for everyone who would ever live. Obviously, through the generations, through time, okay, we see things improving, right? Our houses aren't built the same today as they were 1,000 years ago. Wouldn't you agree? Okay, although some things 1,000 years ago maybe were better than things today, okay, because we polluted it or made it worse. Okay, but we're going to see some of those things. Economic is not only just money, okay, but the products of our world and earth. Okay, we see, yet some people obviously have more than others, right? People have more things than others, probably at this stage in life. Okay, I probably have more than most of you. Okay, maybe not. Okay, but probably have more than most of you because I'm older. Okay, I've worked longer. Okay, I've done things for longer. But once you're my age, then you'll have more. Once you're 30 years old, or once we're 30 years old, we'll have most likely more unless we're bad with what we have. Okay, we're not a good steward, which we're going to talk about in this book as well. Okay, but that's how it works, right? Some people have more than others, whether it's age, whether it's the environment you grew up in, whether it's the job you got. Okay, we see different people have more than others. Okay, so why the disparity? Okay, what does disparity mean? Does anyone know? Disparity. Anyone have a guess? Okay, that's not a bad definition. A lack of something. Okay, I'll take that. Or it can mean like basically you had it, but you basically destroyed it. Okay, like kind of like depravity. Like you're deprived of something. Okay, it's a little bit similar to that. Okay, so we see disparity. Why do we have disparity in our economics today? Again, economy is not just the money, okay, but it's the resources of the world. Okay, why are some people able to enjoy countless luxuries while others scrape for bare existence? Okay, why? Many reasons could be given, but the primary difference is the way in which men and nations use the wealth God has given them. We study economics to learn how to best use this wealth. Okay, doesn't that make sense? Okay, that's what we're going to learn through this book, through these different chapters. Okay, we see people in the world today, right? Some people have more, some people have less. Okay, some people make the most of what they have. Some people are very bad with what they have. Okay, they're not a good steward, as the Bible says. Okay, we're going to see how we can be good with what we have. Okay, great with what we have, a good steward with what we have. Okay, and how we could be bad. Okay, what are going to be basically what's going to happen to us down the road if we continue going down the road of bad in economy or good. Okay, what are the possibilities that could happen? We're going to talk about that as well. Okay, but again, we're only going through a few notes. You have them with you. Distant learners, if you like the notes, let me know if you need them. It's okay, Christian. I won't stone you for being a few minutes late. Just call you out in class. Okay, but we see, as I already said, God is the ultimate source of wealth. Okay, I feel like most of us already know that, right? The Bible tells us all is given from God. Okay, whether it's power, goods. Okay, when he formed the earth, he gave mankind more than enough resources to provide, and as I already said, food, clothing, shelter. Okay, things that we have here on earth. Okay, we have the resources, right? All of us have clothes on today. Most of us have jackets on today. It's a little colder. Okay, we have the resources. Okay, a lot of us have the money, or families have the money to go to a store. Okay, I don't think anyone here, it's like, hey, I'm freezing. I have no jackets or anything to wear. Okay, most of us are good in that area, right? Wouldn't you agree? The answer is yes, since you're all wearing something. Okay, we have that. We have the resources, food. I'm assuming everyone in this room, okay, we're not starving. Okay, whether you like to eat a lot every day or a little every day, whether you eat 1 meal, 2 meal, 3 meal. Okay, Kylie said she only eats like the 1 meal, right? And like snacks throughout the day. We all eat a little bit differently. Okay, but I assume no one in here is starving. Okay, because we're not. Okay, we're blessed, obviously, in America. Okay, but we see if we treat the earth right and we treat with everything we have, and we're going to see how some areas didn't. Okay, and now they're reaping. Okay, they're wrong and abusing of the land. Okay, we have clothing, we have food, and we have shelter. Okay, no one in here, unless I just don't know you. Okay, no one in here is homeless. Okay, no one is. Okay, we all have somewhere where we call a home, even if it was a cardboard box. Okay, which no one in here, I'm assuming, has again. Okay, but we all have a home, a shelter, somewhere to be. Right now we have a classroom, a roof over our heads. If it started raining, we would not be soaked unless, they got a hole in the roof. Okay, but we see that. Okay, God has provided those natural resources for us. Okay, what have we done with them? And we're going to talk about that through this book. Okay, but the primary reason for economic disparity is the way in which men and nations use the wealth God has given them. Okay, sadly, we see this term disparity because the majority of people don't use what they have, don't use the resources God has given us, okay, whether natural or man-made. Okay, we see we haven't done well. We don't treat the earth well. Okay, I'm not going to go all green on you today. Okay, but we don't. Okay, we don't really treat our land well. We're not really wise with everything we have. Okay, I'm not saying you guys are terrible. You're young. You still get to make that decision. Okay, when you're older. Okay, what are you going to do with what you have? What are you going to allow and treat God's earth with? Okay, even here in Banning, California, or Beaumont, California. Okay, when you're driving on the street, what do you usually see on the sides of the road somewhere? Or in the corner? Trash. Okay, yes, I'm sure you see all those things. But you see trash, right? Whether it's on like a little by the highway or you go under a bridge by a highway, right? You always see some kind of trash. Okay, at least I do. I look for it all the time. Okay, I hate trash. But I see this trash. So I'm like, man, we're just so bad. But then I catch myself. Okay, don't judge me or stone me. Mrs. Coral makes fun of me. Okay, you're driving, right? You eat at like a fast food restaurant or Starbucks and you have like an empty bottle. And you're in your car already and you're like, man, I don't want to throw this away. So what do? You set it right on the ground or parking lot. You shut your door and you pull away. I don't know if you guys have done that. I have done that before. Don't stone me. All right, I've done that before. I got lazy and I was just like, man, it's paper. It's dissolve a year later anyways. Okay? We do these type of things. Shh. Okay, don't judge me. I'm sure all of you guys do similar things. Okay? All of you have done something similar. I'm sure sometime in your life you have. All right, but I have done that before. Maybe I won't tell you guys my secrets next time. I'll just say someone did. All right, but I'm an honest person. Okay, I've done this. Okay, I was lazy. Okay, that's me being lazy using with what I have. I had trash. Throw it away. Okay, we have a system we build in our country and other countries have, a trash system. You throw it away, it goes to where it's supposed to be done, it gets burnt or whatever. Okay, but we have that. Okay, but there's this disparity because we don't use, but we abuse what God has given us. We don't use it, we abuse it. Okay, the lands he's given us, the natural resources, we don't completely use it anymore, we abuse it. Okay, we abuse it, we try to change it. It's not good enough for us anymore. Right? We see that in our country and in our world today. Okay, some things that we could use or we see, okay, these are just some images for you guys. Okay, some things that we are able to use our land. Okay, obviously farming. Okay, you see natural areas, okay, green areas. Okay, those are the natural world we have before it's deprived from all the chemicals we use today. Those are just for you guys, just glory on them. That's just a beautiful picture. It really is. All right, moving forward. Okay, Christians study economics to learn how to use the wealth God has given them. Okay, although obviously we're a Christian school, this is a Christian curriculum, so we say Christians use, okay, or study economics. Okay, but in reality, everyone should study a type of economics. Does this mean you need a class on it? Not completely. Okay, do you need a book on it? Not completely, but it is something good to have. Okay, something good to learn. Okay, this can make you a better person. Okay, so Christians, since we're called, that's why we're saying it, Christians, we're called by the Bible, and we're going to talk about verses later on. Okay, but verses saying, hey, be a good steward. Okay, hey, do this. Okay, God has given you something. Okay, we've seen parables of this. Have you guys heard the parable? Okay, where you have the king, he gives one servant 1 penny, or one, I forget what it is. Time, what is it? Talent, there he goes, talent. Then he gives 1 3 talents, and then 1 5 talents. The one that had 5 made 10. The one that had 3 made 6. The one that had 1 did what? Buried it in the ground, thinking, man, I don't want to waste what my master gave me. Okay, but what does his master do? He said, hey, you were a fool. Okay, and he gives the 1 to the one that made the 10. He said, hey, you did most out of what I gave you. Here's another one. So he ended up getting 11. The other servant got put into prison for doing nothing. Okay, but we see that in our lives, right? We get things, and we don't do anything with it. Right? We don't. Sometimes, and again, you guys are young, so you haven't completely hit this stage yet. Okay, but you guys can still use your time wisely. Some of you have jobs. Okay, that can be a good thing, but also can be a bad thing. But you have a job. Okay, use your time wisely. That means you have to divvy up your time. Make a budget not in money, but in time. Okay, I have enough time in work, enough time in school. Okay, maybe I have enough time with family, enough time with friends. Okay, maybe I'm having enough time in the Bible. Okay, it's good to read. Maybe I have enough time reading. You guys have to learn how to budget the time you have. Okay, that's also being a good steward. As you get older, there becomes more budgets. I'm still very young, as some of you thought I was a student when the school year started. Okay, I'm still very young. I have more new budgets. Okay, as I get older and older, more new budgets. Okay, now I have to do like marriage taxes, and I'm like, what in the world? Okay, but I have to do mine and Mrs. Coral's taxes together now, not just my own. Okay, so that's a new step I have to do, right? I have to learn how to do it completely. I mean, I already kind of know. Yes, ma'am. What do you mean? Yes. Yes. But I wasn't married and living in Michigan, so. Last place I was is Indiana, but I still wasn't married yet. So now I have to here, because now I'm officially married. You know, that's why some people don't get legally married, but that's not biblical, as we see. But that's another time, another story. All right, so we see Christians, why do they study it? It's to learn how to use what God has given them. Okay, what is economics? Okay, we've learned kind of like the basis of what it is. We learned why we need it. Okay, we're going to learn more details with this. But what is truly economics? As I'm sure you guys already wrote this down, economics is the study of the choices that individuals and societies make in production, distribution, and consumption of goods. Okay, this does not mean just food. Okay, this isn't just hot Cheetos, ladies that love hot Cheetos. I love hot Cheetos too. They're better than Turbos, I'm sorry. Turbos just weren't as good. They were good, but just not as good. Hot Cheetos are just the bomb. They really are. And then the lime hot Cheetos, those are good. All right, that's another time, another conversation, maybe a debate someday. Okay, but we have the study of these things. Okay, individuals, talking about us, our society, talking about us as people. Okay, what we make or the choices we make in production. Okay, again, this is producing goods, producing crops, producing anything. Okay, in our world, distribution. Okay, how are we distributing it? How are we using what we have wisely? And then consumption. Okay, and we'll talk about that more as we move on as well. Just a few more pictures for you guys. I was just having fun with some pictures. You know? Yeah, you have the buying of consumption, you have the production, and then you have the distribution. The three things. I don't know. I thought it was cool. You guys look judgy, so I'll just move on. Okay, the economy. Okay, we have economics, but what is economics dealing with? Okay, the economy. What is the economy? Well, it's on the screen for you. It's any system for, again, the same things we just talked about. Economics is the study of those things. Economy is the system for those things. Production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. Okay, so obviously they go with each other, basically the same word. Economy is the system. Economics is the study of the system. Right? Makes sense? We're all juniors, seniors. That should make sense. Okay, who does the economy deal with? What is the system? People, civilization, life here on earth. Thank you, Esther. Civilization. Okay, this is a condition of human society marked by the existence of towns and cities, educated person, efficient food production, elaborate arts and crafts, savings, and much real and personal property. Okay, we all know what a civilization is. Okay, but there you go. It's there for you. You need to know it as a note. Could be on a quiz or test. I told you, this class honestly should be really easy note-wise. Almost done for today. Where do we get the book? Christian, the book is here at school. I can take it to the front office for you. You can pick it up. Just let me know when you're picking it up, and I'll make sure it's there. Yes, distant learners, you'll have to come in and get it. But I do have all of them for you. Thankfully, most of you are here today, so I can just give it to you. Or else you would have to come by and get it as well. Let you guys finish this notes before I move on. Okay, this is obviously talking about civilization. This is going to bring us to the first kind of civilization of America. We live in America, so some things we're going to talk about specifically to us. Okay, although economics is a world thing. Okay, who were, and I've already mentioned it before class, who were the first main civilization of America? Pilgrims. Wow. You're so smart, Esther. Really, you are. That was a little sarcastic, but you actually are. So, I was telling the truth. Everyone good? You got your nails done? Or? No. I'm just kidding. All right, the Pilgrims. Okay, we see the Pilgrims as an excellent example of a group of people, okay, who built an economy out of almost nothing within a few short years. Yes, Kylie, obviously, they failed in this miserably in some areas. Some groups of them did, and they paid with their life. Okay, but we see, okay, these people, okay, that went from a land that was prosperous, that had a set-up economy, right? England, France, Germany, Netherlands, all these areas that were kind of now settled already. They were settled hundreds of years, some 1,000 years before us. Okay, they already had people, they already had systems, they already had lands. Okay, going to this land where they had nothing. Okay, imagine that. Okay, imagine Ian, you and Isaac are like, hey, bro trip. Okay, we're going to, I don't know, someone give me a random place. No, that's a good place. I mean a random place. Let's say Alaska. Okay, let's say, all right, have you guys been to Alaska ever? I feel like you guys would like a trip to Alaska. Well, you like it today, Ian. Just for today. All right, you get to go to Alaska. Okay, if you didn't know, Ian and Isaac, Alaska, there's not a lot of people. One, because it's freezing cold most of the time. Okay, but it's scenic. There's a lot of scenes, mountains, rivers. I would like to go there maybe once and then never go there again. Okay, but you have Alaska. Okay, Ian and Isaac go there, and now this is where they have to live. Okay, but then you're like, Mr. Coral, so are we buying them a house? You know, no. You guys get one bag, and then you will live there. You have to make with what you have. There's trees there. You have to build your own house. Make your own fire. All right, but we laugh, right? We laugh because that's ridiculous. Okay, but this is what the Pilgrims did. They came to a land literally having nothing. They had what they had on their back or on their boat. That's what they had. They didn't have homes ready for them that were built 50 years ago, 100 years ago before they were there. They had nothing. Okay, who knows if they had tents? Were those really a thing they used back then? Who knows? Okay, obviously, I'm sure they did use something for shelter. They did have common sense. Okay, but it's not like they just had houses like that. Okay, who knows when they would have gotten there? What season was it? Was it winter right away? And we've learned that in history. Obviously, we do know some of that. Okay, but that's not what this class is for. Okay, but we see them coming to a land where they had nothing. Okay, so they're an excellent example of people that had nothing in a few short years obviously started civilization here in a new land. Obviously, moving with the Pilgrims, although their primary purpose was not these different things. Okay, their primary purpose was a religious freedom. Remember, they were, if you guys know that history at all, which I'm sure you do, most of us do, it's American history. Okay, they're leaving England, they went to Netherlands, Holland, and then they sailed here. We're going to talk about on the Mayflower. I think that's actually our next note. Okay, but they came here for religious freedom, right? They didn't want to be ruled by this king. They didn't want to have to be part of the Catholic Church, or at that time, the churches would change all the time with power. You had Lutheranism in Germany. You had Catholics mainly in France and England. You had a bunch of different stuff going on in Spain. Okay, so you had all these different things going on. Okay, and they just wanted to know the truth. We saw that. That's during the Reformation time, post-Reformation, all those ages. We're not talking about that right now. Okay, so although the primary reason or purpose was starting a colony was religious freedom, the original economic plan for the Pilgrims was a fishing enterprise. Okay, they come to this new land, there's water, right? Easy way to get food. Say maybe they didn't have guns yet or bows and arrows. Okay, but they could go grab a stick that was a little sharp. Okay, they said, hey, if we have quick hands, sons, go grab me some fish. All right, so that is something that they ate a lot at that beginning time. Okay, the Pilgrims borrowed 7,000 English pounds to obtain the use of ships and supplies that would last. Sorry, that's a typo. Man, I thought there wasn't this time. But there was. Go figure. Okay, would last them until they could grow crops. Okay, so when they first came, okay, like I said who knows, but we do really know. They did have some, obviously, food, supplies given from their homelands, okay, on the ship again, but it's all they had was what they could carry or what the ship carried. Okay, they didn't just have unlimited supply. Once they ran out, they had to supply their own. So I'm sure they rationed what they had. They didn't just consume it all or use it all right away. Okay, so until they could grow their own crops, build their own houses. Okay, 102 men, women, and children sent out for the New World on this Mayflower. So we're seeing the beginning of this economics here in this new world, this way of life, this using of the land here in this new world by these Pilgrims. I told you guys we wouldn't be doing too much today, so that is the end of the lesson today. Okay, I told you just an introduction. Okay, we learned what is economics. Say basically all you need to know: economics, study of the system. What is the system? Production. All those things, okay, distribution, consumption. Okay, study of the system, and then economy is the system. That's all you need to know. Okay, we basically learned that civilization, common sense, all those other ones, common sense. That is it for today. For homework, we're skipping the first section, okay. For homework is page 5. Page 5. Consider 1.2. That's what they're called in this book. Consider 1 and 2. Remember, I told you these questions aren't always easy answers. Okay, so there's less questions, but they take a little more effort. Okay, so make sure you do that well. Okay, don't just put a couple words. You'll probably get it wrong. Okay, so we'll do that. That is it for today. You guys have still 7 minutes, so you could probably finish that right now. If you do finish Bible or history, you can just turn it in up here. I'll grab it tomorrow, or you can leave it at your desk and turn it in tomorrow. Whatever works for you. Christians, actually only one Christian is there. Okay, Christian, for tonight's homework, you and Jake, obviously you can't do that right now since you don't have the book. If you're able to get the book today, just let me know. Then you'll still have that homework tonight. But if not, I'll just make that homework due on Wednesday. Give you guys a little extra time to do that. I mean, theoretically, distant learners, your homework isn't due till Friday. You can send it to me the day of, but everything's due on Friday anyways. Okay, so make sure you guys get that book. You'll have to come and get it. Let me know when you come and get it so I can have that up there for you. Our homework is page 5. Write it down so you know the next time. Page 5, consider 1 and 2. That is it. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Any questions?
And all right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started this morning. Very quickly, distance learners, we're going to start out with a video, so you guys can go ahead and just leave this on in the background. This is going to be video 32. It's called Kinetics Chemistry's Demolition Derby. So you guys, just one thing at a time, okay? Yes, that you heard correctly then. All right, anyway. Past that, I'll be back in however long that video is to begin chapter 13. All right, let's go ahead and get going here. We're in 13.1. Again, we're in 13.1 on page 222. I want to start out the chapter by asking a question. What do you think would contain more energy? The digestion of a candy bar or the release of the energy of half a stick of dynamite? Yep, they're the same. Okay? The only difference is the rate of reaction, which is a good thing because if your body metabolized things as fast as dynamite reacted with the air, bad things would happen. So, you wouldn't have a stomach anymore. Let's just put it that way. All right, so they release the same amount of energy. It is the different rates of the chemical reactions that make the world safe for candy bar eaters. The decomposition of dynamite occurs in only a fraction of a second, whereas the digestion of a candy bar occurs gradually over a period of hours. In this chapter, we're going to study chemical kinetics, which is the study of the rates of reactions, their speeds, and the pathway taken during the reaction, which is the mechanism of reaction. So a couple of terms there that we need to discuss. The first one is rate. Rate is the description of change in a quantity over time. For example, your rate of motion in a car equals the average change in position per unit time. Usually the units are kilometers per hour or miles per hour. The speed, rate of travel of a charging bull may be given in miles per hour or feet per second, but the speed of a garden snail would be likely given in inches per hour or millimeters per minute. In a chemical reaction, the quantities that change with time are the amounts of products and reactants. These are usually measured in units of moles per liter, which is molarity. A time unit may be used, but any time units may be used, but seconds and minutes are the most common. We define reaction rate by this equation. It's essentially the change in molarity over time. Typically, the molarity of a substance is represented by writing the chemical formula of the substance in brackets, much like we did last chapter. This is the other reason why we just went ahead and did it, because they did it in the next chapter. Anyway, okay, so that's the reason for that there. So let's say I have hydrogen and iodine making hydrogen iodide. Then the rate of that is going to be the change in the iodide molarity over time. Now, which substance we use for specifying the rate of reaction is often largely a matter of experimental convenience. However, we must specify which substance we are focusing on, since the calculated rate depends on the substance's concentration we are measuring. So we have to be consistent. Typically, it tends to be the reactants, but you could just as easily determine how much product if you're trying to figure out how long it's going to take to make a certain amount of stuff, okay, for productivity and things like that. So in raw chemistry, we tend to focus on reactants, but it's a matter of whichever one is most convenient to whatever the situation is. For example, in this one, we're focusing on iodine, maybe because we want to see how long it's going to take to go through whatever iodine we have on hand. Okay, that could be the reason there. The rate of reaction may be measured in terms of the appearance of the product, the disappearance of a reactant, or the disappearance of the other reactant. Since iodine is purple and the other two are both colorless, the easiest way is to continually measure the one that you can see. Okay, does that make sense? So that's why iodine is being used here. Ordinarily, the rate of a reaction varies during the course of the reaction. The reaction is generally fastest when the concentration of reactants is greatest and slows down as the reaction proceeds. And you can kind of see that this transition here in this graph is showing the change in time. And so right around that midpoint of where they're intersecting, it's going to be when the reaction is still happening the fastest, and then it's going to start slowing down because you're going to have less opportunities for collisions between the reactants. That measurement we use is called the initial rate of reaction because, again, it's not a constant. Now, from the kinetic theory of matter, we know that gas molecules are in constant motion. In fact, atoms or molecules in any state are in constant motion, though the freedom of movement is greatest in the gas state. Since they're in constant motion, the molecules of a gas or liquid are constantly colliding with other molecules. For a chemical reaction to occur, reactant particles, ions, molecules, or atoms must collide. The greater the frequency and the greater the energy of collision between reactant particles, the greater the rate of reaction. This concept is known as collision theory. As a result of this principle, any factor that affects collisions between reactant particles should affect the reaction rate. In a sample of matter at a given temperature, the molecules do not all have the same kinetic energy. The temperature of a substance is proportional to the average kinetic energy of its molecules. However, some molecules will have a higher kinetic energy, and others have a lower kinetic energy than the average at any given moment. If you look here at the diagram on the screen, this illustrates the distribution of kinetic energies in gas molecules at two different temperatures. At the higher temperature, the average kinetic energy of the molecules is greater, and the distribution of their energies is broader, with more molecules having a higher kinetic energy. We would expect between molecules having higher kinetic energies to be more forceful and be more likely to result in a reaction. Again, the faster it goes, the more likely that reaction is going to be effective. Based on the collision theory, we would also expect that the reaction rate of most reactions depends on the positioning of the molecules, their orientation when they collide. In a reaction between two atoms, such as chlorine and chlorine, orientation would not be a factor since atoms can be pictured as spherically symmetrical. All orientations would therefore be identical. So if we're just combining iodine and iodine, not going to be a problem, or chlorine and chlorine. In most cases, however, the orientation of the colliding molecules is important. If you see this here, well, it's going to depend, and so they basically have to line up. And so if you have a situation like any of the situations in B, you'll notice it's not going to line up correctly for the reaction to occur. And so that's part of what we need to focus on there. And so that's kind of an introduction. Of course, again, the exceptions are with atoms there. And so with atoms, not a big deal, but if you're anything past that, orientation matters. Which is why, by the way, for some atoms, it's really hard to get them by themselves. Because if they're by themselves, they'll collide really easily and combine something. Anyway. There are quite a few things that can affect reaction rate. One of them is concentration. And not just focusing on the reaction, okay? We're talking about the amount of stuff in there. And here's an idea here. We live in Southern California. You guys are familiar with the concept of traffic. Yes, I do want to do that, just not necessarily on the screen. That was loud. Sorry. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Just go away. All right. Traffic. Right. Okay, so the more cars that are on the road, typically the more accidents that will occur, correct? Okay, in a general thing. For example, it's not uncommon here for a traffic jam to be prolonged at least, because there was a collision at one point, and then because everyone was stuck looking at the collision, they collided. And then because people were looking at those collisions, someone else collided further back, and next thing you know, you're stuck sitting there for 4 hours with not even a chance to get to the exit that's a quarter mile away. That's kind of the situation. And so if we increase the concentrations of these particles, that's more opportunities for them to hit and for them to hit correctly. And so that's really the first one there. Example of this is, I don't know what that is. Okay. Having some fun today. All right. Man, I just lost my train of thought. An example is shown in your book on page 224. And really the thing here to point out is, why is my brain freezing so bad? If you take a container of pure oxygen and light a match in it, the match will almost instantly completely combust. Okay? However, in the atmosphere, you got some time before it burns your fingers off. Okay? And the reason for that is the concentration of oxygen. This is why fires near oxygen tanks are so dangerous. my dad in his little park area actually had a trailer up the street from him literally explode because the oxygen tanks caught fire. Everyone got out, no one died, but like still, just full on, just that went the whole thing. And the combustion wasn't that fast. It was all of a sudden now there was a pure concentration of oxygen. And so that's what did it. And so the more possibility for collisions, the higher the concentration, the faster the reaction will go. The next one is temperature. The temperature, why are you back here? What in the world? Okay. All right. In gases, we can actually, I forgot to mention this one. In gases, we can actually increase concentration, not necessarily by adding more gas, but by compressing it. Because compressing it, you're forcing them all to be closer together. It's like being on a 5-lane highway that suddenly goes down to 2 lanes. Suddenly, there's an increased concentration of cars, even though it's the exact same number of cars on the road. Okay? It's just, they always pick like the worst times to do construction. We're not getting into that. If reactants are in different phases, the reaction rate depends on the area of contact between the phases. For example, if you have a gas and a liquid, really only the surface, okay? But if you can spread out the surface, you can cause a reaction to happen a lot more. A lot more water evaporates out of a lake than out of your glass of water, okay? Same idea. The other one is temperature. Okay, temperature. The higher the temperature, you got to remember the faster the molecules are moving. And so because the molecules will literally be moving faster, there's going to be more collisions. You always get that whack job doing 90 weaving in and out of traffic. Okay, at some point they're going to cause a collision. Okay? And so, I don't know why I'm stuck on traffic, but anyway, that's the idea. So as a general rule, there are obviously exceptions. There are many of them. Just all else being equal, as a general rule, for every 10 degrees rise in temperature, the reaction rate doubles, okay? Which is why most chemistry experiments, you'll see someone heating something up to speed things up so it's interesting, okay? The reaction would happen. It's just, would it happen quickly? All right? Answer. I'm sorry? No, because heat actually does get absorbed, so the form does change. It's a good question, but a lot of times we'll label it as a delta over the yield symbol. So we write it the same way we would write a catalyst, which I'll get to, but it's not a catalyst because it's not unchanged on the other side, if that makes sense. Yes? Yep. Anyway, the minimum energy molecules must possess if they are to react is called the activation energy. And it's very similar to a collision on the highway. If it's a less than 5 miles an hour, we've had a couple, or we've had one that I know of, fender bender out here with car lineup. Not a whole lot of damage was done to the cars. It was more annoying than anything. Okay? And it was mainly because one person backed into another person. This is the reason why we tell people not to reverse. Anyway, we're not getting into that. However, if you rear end someone on the highway because you didn't realize traffic stopped and you're going 50, then considerable damage gets done. Example here, and mostly just because it's fun to tell the story. I was driving back from Lancaster with Mr. Beasley's car because he had loaned it to a missionary. So, long story, but we're not getting into it. So I'm driving back. I'm literally like a mile away from the church. And I pull onto the road. I mean, it was completely clear. I pull onto the road. No big deal. Construction. I had to stop. Okay. Well, whoever was on the road, way down the road, didn't see like the 50 million construction signs. Right into the back of me. And I'm like, what? He like lifted my back tires off the ground. Like he was wedged underneath my car because he hit me going 55. It was a 55 mile an hour road. And so fortunately, the vehicle I was driving was front wheel drive, so I was able to still pull off to the side and like, I actually felt the back bumper come off his car. I was in a steel body Buick. He was in a Geo Metro, which if you don't know, think smart car near about there. And so He scratched the paint on the car I was driving. His engine was a pancake. So, the faster you're going, the more considerable the damage. That's really the whole point of that. I don't really know why else I'm discussing that. But anyway, same idea here. So if we can heat things up, we can speed up reactions and make them more effective. Okay? There is a minimum energy required for a reaction. Again, that's the activation energy. And you'll notice here on the right, there is a bigger version of this graph on page... Oh, where is it? Oh, it's actually a redo of the previous graph. Let me go back to the previous screen because it's a lot easier to see. Why is this thing being a pill? Okay, look. All I want is for you to just show me all the slides. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I will never get used to the scroll wheel being backwards. All right. There we go. That's the graph I wanted. It's just bigger on the slide. All right. So real quick, notice that this might be the reaction energy needed for activation. Well, if the overall temperature is lower, you're going to still have some reaction. That's the green section. Okay. But even though the activation energy is the same regardless, if my overall energy is increased, then that means I'm going to have more area under this curve. I'm going to get, in this example, over double my reaction because it's based on that area underneath that curve, not just the overall temperature. Okay, so the increase in temperature does create an increase in reaction. It just doesn't necessarily require all that much to really make a huge impact. Sorry, I'm touching the tablet. All right. And that, I think, is where I'm going to leave it for today. Yes, because I want to save the other ones for tomorrow. Past that, just a couple of upcoming dates. Chapter 13 homework will be due on Friday. So Chapter 13 homework will be due on Friday. You guys will also have... that's all I'm going to announce because it's all I remember off the top of my head. So Chapter 13 homework will be due on Friday. You're already 2 sections in. Should have some stuff you can go ahead and start completing now. But past that, I will see you guys later.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. Quiet, please. We are on page number 226. Page 226. Taking a vacation. Okay. So, real quick, if you were distance learning last week, I sent the code out to you guys for that test. I got a lot of emails saying the code was not working properly. I sent that code back out on Saturday, so make sure you guys go and take that test again. Okay? Other than that, page 226, 8.1, taking a vacation. Do you dream about taking a pleasure cruise to the Bahamas or spending a few days in Hawaii? Have you considered the work vacation to Mexico your church youth group is planning? Okay. As you plan for a trip, you might decide on transportation. You may fly and then rent a car and go to Grand Canyon. You decide where you're going to stay each night. Don't forget when you're planning a vacation, plan your meals. Besides transportation, accommodations, food, you decide what you're going to do and see. Okay. All this builds into making your budget for your vacation or your trip. Okay. Right now, I'm sure all of you have already heard the great news of in 2 weeks, we're not just getting one day off for President's Day, but we're actually getting the whole week. That got changed again. Okay, so we actually get the whole week off. And as soon as we found out about it, my wife was like, let's go away. Let's go on a trip. Yes, she's like, let's get out of here. We don't want to be in California anymore. We're going someplace else. So we're looking at going to Phoenix for a couple days on that week off. So what we're looking at is where we're going to stay. How much is it going to cost to stay there? What are we going to do when we're there? How much do we need to plan for food? Okay, those types of things come in when you're planning your trip. Okay. Model problem number 1 here on page 226. Mr. and Mrs. Yonke. These are such great names, aren't they? I mean, come on. Yonke. And the 2 teenagers are taking a vacation to London because this is the Yonke's first trip abroad. Ritz Group Travel is planning their all-inclusive trip. All-inclusive means travel, lodging, food, and sightseeing are part of the package price of $2,680 per person. The teens get a 15% discount since they are staying in their parents' hotel room. What is the cost of the package for the family? Okay, so the first thing we need to do is find 85% of 2,680. Multiply those two numbers together. We're going to get $2,278. Multiply that times 2 because there are 2 teenagers. And that gives us $4,556. Then we're going to find the cost for the adults at the full price. Multiply that times 2. It's $5,360. Add those two numbers together, and their trip is going to cost them $9,916. Okay? So, that's how we do that. Model problem number 2. At the time the Yankees were in Great Britain, the exchange rate was £1 equals $1.69. They exchanged $100 to pounds. If they had to pay $5.35 exchange fee, how many pounds did they receive? Find the answer to the nearest whole pound. So we need to subtract, and then we need to use our conversion to cross multiply, and they end up getting 56 pounds for their $100 that they converted. Okay, and as you go to different parts of the world, they use different money, so you have different exchange rates. They also use different types of measurements. Okay. For instance, if you were to go to Canada, when you go to Canada, the speed limit automatically changes and goes from miles per hour to kilometers per hour. Okay. A friend of mine was taking a group of teens up to Canada for a camp one time, and he didn't realize that they changed the speed limit, and he thought the speed limit was 60 miles per hour. It was actually 60 kilometers per hour, and ended up getting pulled over and getting a speeding ticket. Okay, because kilometers per hour is a lot slower than miles per hour. Okay. They also do different temperatures. Most of the world uses Celsius. When we use Fahrenheit, you have the conversions for those. You might need to know them for tests or quizzes coming up. Okay, homework for tonight. Homework for tonight. We're going to do page 228. And we're going to do, let's see. Oh, let's do 1 through 15. 1 through 15. Page 228, 1 through 15. That gives you some temperature, some money conversions, and some more planning stuff. So problems 1 through 15 on page 228. If you're distance learning, I'll get that onto the Google Classroom. Anybody else in here that wants to submit their homework through Google Classroom, you can do that as well. Other than that, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
I know, seriously. You should have read chapters 9 and 10 over the weekend, but just some things about chapters 9 and 10. Chapter 9, we see, yes, he made some other things while he was still stranded on there, but if you guys look on page 145 at the very top, how many years does it say he was there already? 4 years. So he's just finishing his 4th year, starting his 5th year, and again, we find him in the same place where his attitude changed. Remember, his attitude really changed from saying, oh my goodness, what is wrong with this place, or what is wrong with God? Why did he put me here? I don't deserve to be here, to now I know why he put me here, and it's to just kind of have that relationship restored with him. Yes. Esther, I'm working on it. It's not on yet, so hang on. But, lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Chapter 9, finishes 4th year. Oh, yes. So we saw that he turned back to God because of his illness. And then in chapter 9, we see it's just kind of continuation of that attitude. And is it on yet? Can you turn it on? Or okay, sounds good. Okay. Sure. Okay, so just some things to note about Robinson Crusoe, chapter 9. Crusoe reflects on his change of attitude from his 1st year to 4 years later. And we see that right here. I got it. No. Yep. Sorry, guys. More technical difficulties. I don't know either. Oh. Okay. Okay, back to chapter 9. So, Crusoe reflects on his change of attitude from his 1st year to 4 years later. And we see that on page number 147. Page 147, the last paragraph, he goes from the first chapter of saying, why does God have me here? Why would God completely ruin his creatures? What he basically said, he was blaming God for putting him here on this island. And he said, why would I blame them or why would I make them to be so miserable? I don't really know what's going on. It's supposed to be, it's plugged in, right? Oh gosh, I don't know. Anyway, just listen to the words I'm saying then. So Crusoe, chapter 9, reflects on his change of attitude from his 1st year to 4 years later. Okay, if you want to write that down about chapter 9, that's just the basic gist of chapter 9. Crusoe reflects on his change of attitude from his 1st year to 4 years later. Okay, and then we see his change of attitude on page 147. The very last paragraph, it says, how merciful can our great Creator treat his creatures, even in those conditions in which they seem to be so overwhelmed in destruction. He's basically saying, God is merciful that he didn't kill me in that shipwreck. And obviously his change of attitude was that. Okay? So that's chapter 9. And then also some things in chapter 9. He kind of notes the things that need to be updated. He needed more ink to write. We see that on page 146. The left-hand side, he also said that he was out of bread or the biscuit that he got from the ship. He was also, oh my goodness. He was also, his clothes also needed updating, so he wanted to make new clothes. And then he mentions that he saved all of the skins from his hunting on page number 146 at the very bottom. On the left-hand side, it says, I have mentioned that I saved the skins of all the creatures that I killed, I mean 4-footed ones, and I hung them up stretched out with sticks in the sun. And so he basically made new clothes from those skins. And then also, in chapter 9, who knows what else he made besides clothes? Does anybody know? Okay, let's find it together. On the right-hand column, On page 146, the second paragraph. After this, I spent a great deal of time and pains to make me an umbrella. Okay, you want to mark that. He also made an umbrella in chapter 9. View. View. And then presenter view. Okay, so he made clothes and he made an umbrella in chapter 9. Okay? The screens aren't working, so make sure that you guys are just listening. Sorry about that. We'll try to get that fixed soon. All right, chapter 10. Turn to chapter 10 on page 148. From the title, who knows what he discovered on the island, class? A footprint, okay? Surprise, surprise. It says, it happened one day about noon, going towards my boat. I was exceedingly surprised with the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, which was very plain to be seen in the sand. So Crusoe, he makes this surprising discovery, the footprint. But then after 4 years, almost 5 years of being alone in solitary confinement on the island, he was really scared. He obviously dreamed of getting human interaction, but he didn't actually think he would live to see the day where he actually got it. So throughout this chapter, it actually talks about how he is hiding in fear. He's so fearful and he experiences unnecessary fear that he hides in his little castle, is what he called it, for 3 days. And then while he was hiding, he was kind of dreaming of all the impossible things, or the worst case scenario of the things that it could be, of that footprint of it, of who it could be. It talks about how he dreamed of it was the devil in human form. And he also thought about how he didn't know who it was, so maybe he was like, okay, I need to hide. He thought about destroying everything that he built, digging up all his cornfields, because he was so fearful that he didn't want that thing to hide or to find him. And that's kind of what fear causes us to do as humans. We kind of get very fearful and kind of imagine worst case scenario. I don't know if some of you guys are like that. Sometimes I'm like that, but it always takes a logical mind to speak rationally to me. But that's what happened to Robinson Crusoe. He was very alone. He was isolated. And then when he finally saw, oh my gosh, someone can actually be on here with me, on this island with me, then he goes crazy. And who knows actually what happened or who ended up being on the island with him on chapter number 10 and also 11. Does anybody know chapter 11? I don't think we read to chapter 11 yet, but does anybody know the story of Robinson Crusoe? Okay, so that's tonight for homework. Make sure you read chapter 11 and chapter 12, okay? Chapter 11 and chapter 12, page 151 to 156, okay? And I can just tell you now, the coming of Friday, it just happened to be natives bringing 2 prisoners onto the island, just kind of like a little foreshadowing. We said that in the first chapter, Robinson Crusoe kind of gave that foreshadowing of the things to happen throughout the work. He said that he ran away from God, and then obviously his dad gave him warnings of all the wrong things and the bad things that God wouldn't bless him with, and then obviously he ended up being shipwrecked on the island for almost 4 to 5 years already. So tonight, page 151 to 156, read chapter 11 and chapter 12, the coming of Friday, okay? The coming of Friday is tonight for homework. Go ahead and put that away. Take out your vocab. You should have done page 47. Obviously, Ricardo. That's so weird. Isn't your name Isaac, but you want to go by Ricardo? Okay, I'll call you Ricardo. Obviously, you don't have to take the test, but we do have a review test coming up on Thursday. So everyone turn to page 47. Not 47. Was it 47? 50. Page 50, exercise C, correct? We didn't go over that. But let's do exercise D together. We'll go over exercise C in a minute, but exercise D, okay. Let's just save this one for homework because it's going to take too much time to be flipping through the works or flipping back through list 1 through 6 because this is over 1 through 6. So make sure that you study list 4. So everyone go ahead and turn to vocabulary list 4 on page number 32, page 32 and 33. Tonight for homework, study this list, okay? We're going to start breaking them up into groups so that Wednesday night comes and you're not studying all of the lists at once. So tonight, make sure you review vocabulary list 4. Do exercise D for homework, okay? But let's look at vocabulary list 4, okay? I'm going to say the word. Go ahead and say the definition after me in vocabulary list 4, okay? Number 1, belligerence. Okay, nice and strong here. Revealing hostility and a readiness to fight. Number 2, cadence. Okay, everyone needs to be participating. We are on page 32, okay? Number 3, clemency. Mercy in the exercise of authority or power. Leniency towards an offender or enemy. Number 4, dirge. A funeral song or lament, any song or poem expressing mourning. Number 5, frugality, the quality of being thrifty, not spending or using unnecessarily. Number 6, hiatus, a break or interruption in something, a gap or a pause. Kind of side note of this, who remembers a word from list 4 that kind of means the same thing, like a period of rest? From list 6, we just studied this one. Okay, the word is respite, all right? So respite means, let me read it to you, an interval of release or rest, delay of punishment. Don't confuse that with hiatus. It's kind of like a break or a pause or something, okay? Number 7, penury, which is extreme poverty. Number 8, perdition. Condition of the soul, loss, and eternal punishment. Number 9, plagiarism. As one's own. Good. Plagiarism. Number 10, precursor. One who precedes another in a course or office. Number 11, sanction. Authoritative permission for an action, penalty imposed to encourage compliance to law. And then number 12, trajectory, the direction of an object through space, a course taken. Emma, A, put on your mask, and B, make sure you're participating with us, okay? Both of you, can you take your hood off? Thank you. Okay, so tonight study list 4. And then obviously tomorrow we're studying list 5. Wednesday we'll go over list 6 again. Since list 6 is the most fresh in your mind, you don't have to study that one right now, okay? All right, so test on Thursday over lists 4 through 6. Okay, and then last but not least, take out your grammar books. Go ahead and turn to page 31 in your workbook, but then also look at section 13, page number 82. We were talking about the different parts of the sentences or composing the sentence. And we know that a sentence fragment is a group of words that expresses a complete, not a complete thought. Obviously, that is a sentence. Yes. In the workbook, page number 31, we did the run-on sentence, and then we talked about the fragment part of the sentence, but just kind of some review. Page 82 in the handbook, section 13. We know that a sentence is a group of words that can stand on their own, like we've already talked about in the past, independent and dependent clauses. We know independent clauses can stand on their own. That means when you walk up to someone and say, I went to the store, that sentence makes sense. But a dependent clause, when you walk up to someone and said, when I went to the store, okay, you need an independent clause to stand with a dependent clause, okay? So we know that part of sentences are fragments. We do need a complete thought, which would be a sentence. So a fragment is a separated sentence that does not express a complete thought, and they can often be corrected by simply rejoining them back to the sentence. Section 14, we see that run-on sentences, those are two or more sentences written incorrectly as one whole sentence. So that means there are two or more subjects, or one or two subjects, one or two verbs, completely different thoughts, but they're all together as one long sentence. There's no separation or correct separation in between. There's no punctuation, correct punctuation. There's no coordinating conjunction that's joining those two together. That's a run-on sentence, okay? So two or more sentences written incorrectly. When they're written incorrectly, like I said, they are lacking a lot of the things that separate two sentences, okay? 14.2, we correct those by adding a comma and a coordinating conjunction. So the words and, but, or, nor, for, and yet, all of those can join sentences together to make them a complete sentence rather than a run-on sentence. We know we can join sentences together by a semicolon, and then also, obviously, putting a period and then starting a new sentence over. That's how we fix run-on sentences, okay? So I think you were supposed to finish exercise 63. Did we ever get to the end of that? I think, what number did we get to? You guys remember? Number 6? Okay, let's do number 6. All right. A wonderful change in my life has been wrought since Jesus came into my heart. Emma, what do you have there? Okay, do you need me to make you move to the front so you can be paying attention? Okay, number 6. Is that a sentence or a run-on? A wonderful change in my life has been wrought since Jesus came into my heart. Good. Number 6 is a sentence. Okay. Number 7. The law can make you quit drinking. It can't make you quit being the kind that needs a law to make you quit drinking. Okay. Good. It is a run-on. Michelle, how did you change it? Good. You could change it to a semicolon, or you can just add the word but in between the comma and the word it. The law can make you quit drinking, but it can't make you quit blah, 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 blah. Okay? Number 8, we sinners deserve hell, but God saves us by his grace. Noah? What was it? It is a sentence. Good. There is a comma and a coordinating conjunction joining those two sentences together. So therefore, it is one complete sentence and not a run-on. Okay, number 9. Economy is half the battle of life, semicolon. It is not so hard to earn money as to spend it well. Kylie, what do you have there? It is a sentence, okay? You can separate two sentences with just a semicolon. Good. Number 10. A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. How do we fix that? Or what do you have there? Tori? A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. What was it? It is a run-on, so how would I fix it, Jaylene? What do I need between times and the word and? Good. I would put a comma in between those two words. A friend loveth at all times, comma, and a brother is born for adversity. Okay? Number 11, when God commanded Jonah to preach against the sins of Nineveh, Jonah fled to Joppa, where he boarded a ship bound for Tarshish, a town in southern Spain. Esther, what do you have here? What is it? It is a sentence, okay? The reason why, look at all of those independent clauses, all right? Well, dependent clauses. Okay, first we have, when God commanded Jonah to preach against the sin of Nineveh, there is a dependent there. Jonah, or independent, Jonah fled to Joppa. Okay, that makes sense. Where he boarded a ship bound for Tarshish is just basically explaining what he did in Joppa. That's not a complete separate sentence there. And then a town in southern Spain is basically in a positive phrase explaining Tarshish, where we don't need a coordinating conjunction or anything joining that to the sentence. Okay? That's why number 11, even though it's super wordy, is still a sentence. Okay? Look at number 65, exercise 65, okay, page 32. This is for homework, but let's go ahead and work on it so that you guys can get it already done. So we're reviewing pronouns, okay? Determine how the pronoun is being used in a sentence and write its use in the blank. An adjective, subject, predicate nominative, direct object, indirect object, object of the preposition, if it's in a positive for the subject, and a positive of the DO, or in a positive of the object of the preposition, or a subject for the subject of infinitive, okay? Then we're changing where necessary, okay? So number 1, us seniors are planning to give our parents roses at our commencement ceremony, okay? Where's our pronoun here that we are changing, Grace? Us, good. So let's find our verb here. Give me my verb. Ian? Are planning, okay? Who or what are planning? What's my subject, Ellie? Not quite seniors. What's the pronoun before? What's the pronoun right before the word seniors? Us, okay? So since us is supposed to be our subject, what case of pronoun do we need, class? We need the nominative case. So therefore, Jaylene, good, we are changing it to the word we, okay? So if you guys can see that, can you give me the eraser, please? Or that one. That's fine. No, thanks. Okay, so if you see on the board, we have our pronoun cases written up on the board already. So in this case, this is the nominative case. This is always used as subjects and predicate nominatives, hence nominative, okay? Objective, we always see these cases with direct objects, with indirect objects, with objects of the preposition, all right? And then another one we can add to there is objective complements, okay? Well, anything we'll add there later. But objective complements would be in objective case. Okay, so if it's being used as the subject, the pronoun us is being used as the subject, we need it to be in nominative cases because nominative is always subject or predicate nominative, so therefore it is the word we. So number 1, in this blank, it has, in the blank is subject, and then our correction is we change us to we. Okay, number 2, to who do you think the award will be given? Okay, what's the first thing we need to find if there is a clause there, Noah? Independent or dependent, if we're looking at our pronoun? What's the first thing we do? Okay, so we bracket off our clause. That's the first thing we do. So where would I put the brackets? To who do you think the award will be given? Okay, so we bracket off those. Obviously, whom do you think, or who do you think the award will be given, is a dependent clause, so that's what we're looking at. What's my subject and my verb within that clause? Okay, let me put it on the board for example. Okay, to who Okay, so the first thing I need to do, okay, bracket it off. Obviously, it's the entire thing. Okay, so I need to bracket it off. That's what I'm looking at when I'm changing my pronouns, okay? Actually, this one will go here. Okay, so what is my verb here? Who knows my verb? Raise your hand. Kylie? Not quite. This is kind of something that actually tripped us up on our quiz, okay? Will be given is my actual verb, all right? Everyone go ahead and turn back to page number, when it talks about pronouns, let's see. Page number 76, okay? Page 76. 11.15, number B, okay, letter B, sorry, not number, okay? you analyze the clause to determine the use of the pronoun. So first you find the verb, second you ask who or what. But notice this, towards the bottom of the paragraph, do not be fooled by the intervening words such as do you think or did he say, okay? So the words do you think right here are basically parenthetical elements that are irrelevant to our subject and our verb. So in your mind, you can probably just cross this out, okay? So my verb is will be given, who or what will be given. Class, what's my subject? What is it? This one? Who or what will be given? What will be given? What is it? Award. So subject is award. Award will be given. Okay, so what do you think the words to who is? What kind of phrase is that? What is it? To who? It is prepositional, so I would put this in parentheses. This is basically saying the award will be given to who. So, with prepositional phrases, what case does this need to be? It is objective, so I would use the word, what class? Whom. Okay? Who is changed to whom. That is number 2. And we know with prepositional phrases, what do they need, class? An object. So in the blank, number 2, the word whom is our object of the preposition, or OP. Okay? So remember the phrases do you think or who did he say was going to be this. Those are irrelevant. Okay? Number 3, the fundraiser was organized by his sisters, Kim and she. First of all, let's find our verb. Ellie, can you tell me my verb? Good, was organized. What's my subject? Who or what was organized? Ricardo, can you tell me that one? Fundraiser. Fundraiser was organized. So we know it's not the subject or anything else. Okay. By his sisters. What kind of phrase is that, Grace? It is a prepositional phrase. Good. So by his sisters, Kim and she. So what would Kim and she be? Good. It is in a positive, which is explaining. A positive phrase is explain. So this one in the blank would be in a positive of the OP, AP of the OP. Okay? It's explaining who the sisters are. Sisters is our object. So if it is an object or in a positive of the object, whatever word is explaining, we need to do that case as well. So objective would obviously be for objects. So which one would we use, class? Kim and, good, Kim and her. I would change she to her. Okay? Whatever case the appositive is in, or the object is in, or whatever case, so let's say it's an appositive of the subject. Obviously, subjects need to be nominative case, so I would use my nominative case pronouns. I, you, he, she, it, we, they, or who or whom. If it was an appositive, like in this case, an appositive of the object of the preposition, I would have to use objective case. Same thing if it was an appositive of the DO, objective case. Appositive of the PN, nominative case. It just depends on what the appositive is explaining. Okay? Number 4, Mr. Rhodes gave she and I permission to stay after school and decorate for our class party. What's my verb here, Kylie? Number 4. Mr. Rhodes gave she and I permission to stay after school and decorate for our class party. We're on page 32. Page 32, exercise 65. Good. Gave is my verb. Who or what gave? Jaylene, what's my subject? Mr. Rhodes gave. What did he give? Tori, what's my complement there? What did he give? Permission. Good. Permission is what class? DO. It's a direct object. It's saying, what did he give? He gave permission. Okay? To whom or for whom? Okay? So it would be she and I in this case. It is our indirect object. So those pronouns are our indirect object. We need the objective case if it's an indirect object. So therefore, which cases would it be, class? Good. Objective. So what would I change? She to her, and then also I to me. Mr. Rhodes gave her and me permission. Okay? Another easy way would say, you would never say Mr. Rhodes gave permission to, gave me permission or gave she permission. You would say Mr. Rhodes gave her permission. You would never say Mr. Rhodes gave I permission. You could say Mr. Rhodes gave me permission. That'll be an easier way for you to know what to change. Okay? Number 5, are the understudies, Ethan, Dave, and me, supposed to attend tonight's rehearsal? What is my verb here, Noah? Are and who can help him out? Victoria? Good. Are supposed. Okay, that's my verb. Who or what are supposed? What's my subject, Ian? Understudies are supposed, obviously, to attend tonight's rehearsal. So let's look at Ethan, Dave, and me. What would those be? Good. A positives of what? The subject of understudies. Ethan, Dave, and me are explaining who the understudies are. That's what appositives do. They explain things. So if it's the appositive of the subject, that goes in the blank. What case would I use in the subject case, class? Nominative. So what would I change me to? I. Awesome. Okay, number 6. The valedictorian will be whomever has earned the highest grade point average. Okay? So let's bracket off what we need to look at. Okay, what do I bracket off? Good. Whomever has earned the highest grade point average. Okay? So what's my verb within that dependent clause? Has earned. Now I need to find my subject. Who or what has earned? Whomever. Okay, so we know it's the subject. That pronoun is the subject. So if it's the subject, what case do we use, class? Nominative. So we change whomever to who? Whoever. Awesome. Okay, and then number 7, whom did you say sent the flowers? Okay, let's find my subject and my verb. First, let's find my verb. Okay, what's my verb? Again, good. Okay, make sure that we're looking for these. Remember the words did you say? It's kind of like a parenthetical element inserted there. Okay, so my verb here is sent. Okay, sent is my verb. Who or what sent? Class, what's my subject? Whom. Good in this case, so it is the subject. So therefore, what did we say, or what case do we use if it's the subject, class? Nominative, so we change whom to what? Who. Good. Who sent is my subject and my verb. Remember the words did you say, did he say, all of those are irrelevant, so make sure you guys are watching for those. Okay? All right, well, we just did tonight's homework for grammar, so hope you guys were following along. Like I said, just study tonight's list 4 for vocab, and then continue reading chapter 11 and chapter 12 in Robinson Crusoe. Okay, are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. Let's get started. We're talking about the graphs of rational functions today. Recall that a rational function is a ratio of two polynomial functions such as p and q, so that the form is p over q. I don't know why they chose p and q, but you know what? Not my fault. The domain of a rational function is limited because the denominator cannot be equal to 0. Thus, the domain of a rational function is all real numbers except where q is equal to 0. In other words, the zeros of the denominator. Although division by 0 is not allowed, division of 0 is allowed. So, for example, I can't do 5 over 0, but I can do 0 over 5. It equals 0. Since 0 divided by any number except 0 is 0. So that's not a problem at all. So a rational function is that thing. Vertical asymptotes. Consider this graph of f of x is equal to 1 over x. Okay, that's what's shown on the screen here. That's also shown in your book on page 211 where we're at. Along each axis in the graph is an asymptote, which is a dotted line that a portion of graph approaches but does not cross. And actually the line isn't part of the graph. It's only there as a graphing aid. So it's something you fill in to kind of know where to avoid. Okay, but essentially the axes in this case are what are acting as the asymptotes. Because the domain does not include x equals 0, a vertical asymptote at 0 partitions the domain, values along the y-axis, or sorry, the x-axis into two intervals. The possible values of x start near 0 and continue forever toward both plus and negative infinity, with 0 not included. Notice also that as the domain continues forever toward plus and minus infinity, the graph approaches a horizontal asymptote at y equals 0. As we move left, it approaches here. As we move right, it approaches here. This is because as the denominator becomes larger, the value of the entire function gets closer to 0 without ever reaching it. The behavior of the extremes of the graph is called end behavior. Rational functions have at most one horizontal asymptote, and the end behavior follows the horizontal asymptote. It can be pronounced either way. I've heard it both ways. I kind of forget which one I'm using at any given moment. As the degree of q of x, the denominator increases in a rational function, so may the number of vertical asymptotes. To find the location of these asymptotes, determine the zeros of q of x. Each zero of q of x identifies the location of a vertical asymptote. Each vertical asymptote partitions the domain into another interval, causing the domain of any rational function to be described as all real numbers except the zeros of the denominator. So let's look at example A. In example 4.9a, part A, we're told to find the zeros of f of x is equal to 10x plus 7 all over 2x plus 4. Well, the 10x plus 7 part is actually irrelevant to what we're talking about. So I'm just going to take 2x plus 4, set it equal to 0, because I know it can't, and then solve for x. So we're going to subtract 4 from both sides. 2x is equal to negative 4. Divide both sides by 2. X is equal to negative 2. Okay? So that's pretty straightforward. And so that means that at x equals negative 2, there's going to be a vertical asymptote. Now, there will be a corresponding horizontal one as well. But allow me to show you guys what that looks like. Parentheses are just there to aid me in graphing or in typing it in on the computer. We said that there would be a vertical asymptote at x equals negative 2, and sure enough, you'll notice that gets approached, but not touching. If you're going to leave the asymptotes in your graph, you need to put a dotted line, not a solid line. That was just real quick. Here, let me just fix that. There you go. Now it's there you go. Okay, there's the vertical asymptote. Okay, that's where we're approaching, but we're not touching. If we look at part B of example A, whoops, wrong button. Previous class. All right, we get that f of x is equal to x plus 2 all over x squared minus 9. And so all I do is I take that denominator of x squared minus 9 equals 0 and solve for x. So x squared then is equal to 9. X is equal to plus or minus the square root of 9, which is 3. Okay? So that means we're going to have more than one vertical asymptote. We're going to have one at both positive 3 and at negative 3. And so if we look at it on the graph, just to show you guys what it looks like. reset to home, and fix this to -3 and x equals 3. That should also be a dot. Okay. You'll notice that we have two vertical lines here, and notice that we're going to be approaching opposite infinities from either line. That's part of what's happening and why we can't equal those values. You'll notice that division by 0 is actually a major problem in more than one way. In the fact that we aren't even approaching the same value. Okay, so that's why this one is doing that. So you have those vertical asymptotes. Basically, what you do is you plot your asymptotes. Once you figure out where you're starting graphing, every time you hit an asymptote, you start on the opposite portion. So this one we headed down before. That means we're going to come in from the top. You can kind of think of it as wrapping around, even though that's not actually what's happening. Now you'll notice this equation doesn't have a horizontal asymptote. It has one before and after the midsection, but not in the midsection. Okay, does that make sense? Because in the midsection, it actually does hit the x-axis. So what's going to happen here, the horizontal asymptote is found when the rational function contains only a single rational expression with no remainder. The quotient of a rational expression typically yields a horizontal asymptote. Instead of doing long division each time to find it, the location of the horizontal asymptote can be determined by the relationship between the degrees of p, the numerator, and the denominator. In f of x, the denominator cannot divide the numerator because the degree of px is less than that of qx. Anytime the degree of the numerator is less than the degree of the denominator, the horizontal is located at y equals 0. If the degrees are equal, then we go through and we take the ratio of the leading coefficient. So in this case, we had 1 over 1, so that's going to be a ratio of 1, but that only works if the powers are the same. In this case, the powers are not the same, so it's at x equals 0 for the portions where it does have the asymptote. It's just the asymptote does not exist here, obviously. So for example, if I had g of x is equal to 3x plus 1 over x minus 2, you'll notice that if I turn all these off, my horizontal asymptote is at y is equal to 3, which is 3 over 1. We're pulling these front numbers, these front coefficients. Okay? In h of x, the degree of numerator is, we're on page 213 now. In h of x, the degree of the numerator is 1 greater than that of the denominator, and the quotient forms a linear equation instead of a constant. Thus, when the degree of p of x is greater than the degree of q of x, there is no horizontal asymptote. The exception is when the degree of p of x is exactly 1 greater than the degree of q of x, the function will have a slant asymptote. In this text, the difference between the degrees will not be greater than 1. Okay? So in this case, that is a slant. The previous one was a horizontal, and then the one before that was a horizontal located at 0. Okay? So you have table D, which tells you about how that gets approached. Excuse me. But we don't do the difference greater than 1 in the powers. That's just for the sake of simplicity and time. Example B. We're told to find the horizontal asymptote of each function. So what I showed you earlier was for the vertical, the up and down ones. Now we're talking about side to side. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here. And so let's go ahead and look at, we have example 4.9b. For part A, we have f of x is equal to 4 over x squared minus 9. So you'll notice my difference in power. The top is 0th degree. The bottom is the 2nd degree. And so because the top is less than the bottom, then there's going to be a horizontal asymptote at y equals 0. And that's just the rule you have to memorize. For part B, if we have 4x squared minus 4 all over x squared minus 9, well, here the powers match. So I take y equal to the ratio of my leading coefficients, so 4 over 1, or simply 4. For part C, I'm given f of x is equal to 9x squared plus 3x plus 1. Again, to be clear, I'm not solving these. I'm just saying where there won't be a solution. I'm saying where there's going to be a line that I can't touch. All over x minus 2. Here, the top is greater than the bottom. So this is going to be a slant. Okay, and that's as much as I'm going to say about it. Is it's a slant. We don't have an equation for it. That would actually require division. And no. Identifying translations. We can move these up, down, left, right, just like we could with parabolas. So again, if we have f of x is equal to 1 over x, like we had here. Again, this is our parent function. Well, this is actually a simplified form of a larger function. And so let's go through and put in all our possibilities here. And so our simplified form is a over x minus h plus k. Again, hk means center. Okay. Whoops. And let's see here. K has to be 0 and h has to be 0. And so in our previous example of 1 over x, notice that a was 1 and then h and k were both 0. Okay? And so that's going to be our center point is 0, 0, and that 1 is, or that a is vertical reflection and stretch or compression. Keep in mind if a is negative, then it goes the other way. So if all of a sudden a were to be negative, notice it flips sides when we flip past 0. Okay? Obviously if a is 0, then you have 0 and it's a constant. So there you go there. Okay, so that's the default scenario. And we can move this up and down, or left and right. So if I add a value to k, it moves it up. If I subtract a value from k, it moves it down. With h, keep in mind there is a negative in my formula. So because there is an h in my formula, or negative in my formula, sorry, h will appear negative when it's actually positive and move to the right. It will appear positive when it's actually negative and move to the left. Okay, that's what's happening there. So 4.9c, we're determining if there is translation, if so, what? And then we'll write the entire conclusion. So let's go ahead and look at example C. Part A, we are given that f of x is equal to 1 over x minus 2. Okay? Then as we look at this, first of all, is there going to be any stretch or compression or flipping? Well, the answer is no, because a is 1. Okay? Are we going to shift left or right at all? Well, there's no h value, so no. So all that's here is there's going to be vertical movement, and it's going to be down 2 units. Okay? That's the translation. The book goes through in sentence form. That's clear enough to me. For B, we have f of x is equal to 1 over x plus 9. Again, there's no stretch or compression, and there's no k, so there's no vertical portion, but there is an h. Now again, keep in mind this actually indicates here that we have x minus negative 9, okay? Because that negative is part of it. So and it's going to be a horizontal translation. And it's going to be left 9 units. Because remember that negative is in the original. All right, and then in part C of example C, I am given that f of x is equal to 1 over x minus 5 plus 8. All right, so in this case, again, there's no stretch or compression, there's no flipping because a is 1, but it does have vertical and horizontal movement, so vertical and horizontal. Okay, keep in mind this negative is part of the equation, so I'm moving right 5, up 8. Okay, and that's how that function will move. All right, any questions there? Okay, so that is the end of this section. That is also the one lecture for this week. So your homework tonight is practice 4.9 grain problems. Tomorrow you will be given chapter 4 review due Wednesday. It's important that that be due Wednesday so that way I can get it graded, hopefully, Lord willing, and get back to you before your test on Thursday. Okay, so that's the idea. So Wednesday will be almost a free day in here, but that's just due to the fact that I need time to actually grade. So it will be due on Wednesday with the express purpose of then that way I can grade it real fast, hopefully, and try to turn it around in time for your guys' test. And then test 4 will be Thursday, Friday of this week. Again, that is a quarter 2 grade, so make sure you guys are studying. This is your last chance to affect that grade. All right, any questions? All right, I'll see you guys later.